Okay. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Santa Clara Unified School District is called to order at 5:32 p.m. We will do roll call. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild. Here. Trustee Muirhead. Here. Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Student Trustee Suresh.
Here.
And I am here. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Adams Navarro. Mi compañera Angélica Benítez y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción para silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Canova.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that graduates are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Rotterman.
Sorry. I want to propose two changes because we had to start the meeting delayed, but we have students coming in for a presentation and a recognition. So the board does have a very long closed session, but we'd like to keep the recognition and is it just the recognition?
And
the student board report, right. So what I'm suggesting, if the maker of the motion is acceptable, that the board will come out of closed session at about 7:30 to take those two student items. And then we will go back into closed session. We will probably be closed session until about 9 o'clock.
That's an excellent idea. I agree.
So with that, I second the motion with those two changes.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second for an approval of an amended agenda. Student Trustee Suresh?
Yes.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Okay, item B1, public comment on closed session agenda items. Our board policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. I don't have any slips for comment on closed session items. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on closed session? Is there anyone in the Zoom? Okay, we'll close comment on closed session. In closed session, The board will consider the following. D1, consideration of the reinstatement of expelled student with suspended enforcement, student number 0327258.1. D2, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. D3, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency representatives Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Employee organizations, UTSC, CSCA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. D4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9D2 and 54956.9E1, one case. D5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9D2 and 54956.9E2, 5 cases. D6, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54857, agency designated representative, Bonnie Lieberman, Board President, title Superintendent. The board will resume open session at 7:30, and we will see you then. But we will be going back and then coming back about 9 o'clock. Okay, the board is paused our closed session to come out into open session to do our recognition of hold on, I've lost where I am. Item B1, the recognition of students earning the prestigious California All-State Music Ensemble. Mr. Rico.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell, and our community members present with us tonight. I get the pleasure of recognizing, bringing forward different communities for recognition to board meetings for various awards and honors that they've received across the state and nation. And I'm really excited because your next several board meetings will have at least 2 a night. So this is the start. But tonight we are recognizing 5 student musicians from Santa Clara Unified School District who were selected to perform with the All-Star Honor Ensembles at the California All-State Music Education Conference, CASMIC. This is widely recognized as the highest musical achievement for a K-12 student in California. Chosen through a highly competitive blind audition process from among thousands of applicants across the state, these students represent the best of the best in student music and musicianship. That's a big word for me. The honorees, Brock Chin from Cabrillo Middle School, Max Balance, Minky Cho, and Aiden O from Peterson Middle School, and Kedar Kamith from Santa Clara High School, performed at the state conference in Sacramento. SUSD recognizes these young musicians for their incredible achievement. And in addition to the student honors, Santa Clara Unified recognizes music educators Ricky Martinez and Johnny Erdman, who were also awarded honors at this year's conference for their leadership in the field, and music teachers Kosuke Okamura and Oscar Pangilinan, I'm sorry if I messed up your name, for their outstanding contributions to music education here for young musicians in Santa Clara Unified School District. So at this time, I'd like to welcome the board and Dr. Wright down to the floor, and we have certificates to present to each member. So as your name is called, you will take your certificate from Dr. Wright, and then we'll have you stay all together and we'll take a group photo with the board at the end. Sound good? Okay. Okay, so first up tonight is Minky Cho, and correct me if I get your name. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Okay, come on up. Congratulations. And then you're going to stay in the middle when you're done shaking hands. And then we have Aiden O, also from Peterson. Congratulations. And then from Cabrillo tonight, we have Brock Chin. And then from Booksor Middle School, we have teacher Ricky Martinez. Is there anyone else? I have several certificates of some students that are not able to be here with us tonight. Are there any other students that should have a certificate? No, okay. So I'm going to send the rest of our certificates back with our music teachers to be recognized at their school sites, but we're going to stay together and have a group photo now. Okay. Okay. All right, and that's our only recognition for tonight. Yeah. Nope. Back up.
Okay, next on our agenda is our Student Senate report from Wilson High School.
And I'm here to introduce not your student senator from Wilson tonight. She unfortunately was not feeling well today. And so generously in her place are several students from our post-secondary program who are going to share not only about Wilson High School, but also Wilson Post-Secondary. So I am going to be welcoming up, we have our administrator coming up, Angie Scott, who's going to introduce them and help with the presentation slides tonight. And then we also have Susan Tran, student from post-secondary, and then brothers Matthew and John Jarvis. And I think they resemble each other quite well tonight. So you'll have to tell us who's who when you come up and introduce yourselves. So I'm going to have Angie come up and you can go ahead and drive the show. All right.
You're just gonna start reading. Oh, that's it. And I'm ready to write to you, okay? All right, got it. So you can put your thing right here. Does that work for you? And remember, you're gonna start reading on this, okay? All right.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us today. We are excited to share about Wilson High School and the SCUSD post-secondary program. Today, we will talk about Wilson's students' activity, leadership, and our post-secondary program. We will also share some community partnership and events. At Wilson, the model is goal-oriented, respectful, accountable, and dependable. We encourage students to work hard and support each other. The Spirit and Leadership Club helps create fun activities and school spirit on campus. Students work together to make Wilson a positive community. Wilson offers many student activities like gardening, karaoke, photography, and chess club. These activities help students explore interests and build friendships. Students help grow and care for the Wilson Garden. Students use art to express creativity and emotions. The Expressive Arts program allows students to share their talents and ideas. The next few slides will show some of the events Wilson had. Goodwill donation fundraiser, Harvest Festival. This is our Halloween party. Our holiday party with hot chocolate. Wilson students visited West Valley and San Jose City colleges. As well as Mission and De Anza colleges.
I'm Matthew. The USD donate the program helps donors age 18 to 22 years old. Joyce become more and resentment gone Ornament, Bow, Cake, F, and we been to bar. I am John. Student take part in National Olympics and for some fitness when San Jose State students has first help students stay active but can practice and work on team. Joins can do dry work girls in the school day. This helps time get ready to work one day. All student learn component life and community skills in the real world. Thank you for listening and learning about Wilson High School and posted that here today.
Oh, hold on. Trustee Fairchild?
Oh, we can't let the Jarvis twins go yet. So I just want to take this time because most people here don't know what amazing swimmers you are. And I would just like to recognize you in front of the board because I don't think we've had the chance to do this. We have these brothers swam for Wilcox. Yes. And did you do pretty well? Yes. Yes, you did. You're kind of legends at Wilcox. I believe it was John made it to CCS. Both of them made it to CIF. Okay. Now that is pretty hard to do, isn't it? It is pretty hard to do. And so the Wilcox swimming program is amazing. And it was even so I just wanted to spotlight that because we never got to spotlight you, I believe, in a board meeting for how awesome you did while you were on the team. So thank you for being here tonight. And here's a long overdue applause. So good job.
Thank you so much, Wilson Post-Secondary. That was great. Thank you, Mr. Rico, for making sure they came at a time that they could present. The board will now go back into closed session to finish our items, and we should be back about 9 o'clock. Okay, the board is back from closed session. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Con la presentación del intérprete. Buenas tardes. Verónica Adams, mi compañera Angélica Benítez y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción para silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. A report out from closed session. In item D1, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding reinstatement of expulsion with a suspension of enforcement of student 032725A.1. Item D2, the board received information. Item D3, the board received information and gave direction. Item D4, the board received information. Item D5, the board received information. Item D6, the board received information. Okay, at this time, we'll move to our report from our superintendent, Dr. Wright.
All right, good evening. Since our last meeting, I had the opportunity to visit Laurelwood. So I just want to thank Principal Fuller and also Vice Principal Adler for their time showing me around campus. I also want to thank their staff, particularly I had to see opportunity to observe the drop-off that takes place every morning at the elementary school, which can be very chaotic. And at Laurelwood, they block off the driveway just to make sure that their students are safe. So I just wanted to just thank them for ensuring that our students are safe, arrived at school safely every morning. Had an opportunity to get a sneak peek of the music rehearsal. They have a concert that's forthcoming. I enjoyed that. Visit several SAI classroom and had an opportunity to watch our teachers in action. I want to thank Ms. Tabor for the invitation into her classroom and the students' detailed tutorial on the monarch butterfly process from a cocoon to hatching into a butterfly. So I just want to thank the Laurelwood community for allowing me to come by and say hello. And also want to just congratulate Wilcox High School. A lot of exciting things going on there. I want to congratulate their automotive engine teams. They had the fastest 2 times at the Hot Rodders of Tomorrow West Coast engine competition that took place on May 2nd. The teams competed in a timed event against 6 other high school teams in Southern California. They did very well. In fact, they qualified for the national event that's forthcoming in Las Vegas, I believe in November. And June 1st. So we look forward to supporting them and also celebrating them on June 11th here at the board meeting. Last night, I had an opportunity to attend the Hoffman Awards with a couple of our trustees. I want to congratulate the newcomer ambassador program over at Wilcox High School. They were named as a recipient of the 2026 Glenn Hoffman Exemplary Program Awards. And I want to thank the teacher Yana Costa and Mindy Trisco for their vision and leadership. I think I spoke about them at a previous board meeting when I had an opportunity to go to Wilcox and meet with the students and watch them in action. I do want to thank all the students who make that program thrive. Just sitting at the dinner, I just felt very proud to be a part of SCUSD, sitting with these students and just having conversation with them. So Maggie Wu, and I'm sorry if I butcher some names here, Ashwara Jain, Ishwanvi Kohli, and Lahari Lakra. Sorry if I butchered their name. But congratulations, you're doing excellent work with that ambassador program. And Miss Jane is also, I want to congratulate her for winning the PTSA National Awards of Excellence in Visual Arts. And she also secured an internship for trauma surgery at Stanford University. So our students are doing excellent things in our district, and we don't always get an opportunity to take time and celebrate some of the victories that are taking place. I want to close my report by just sharing a reflection throughout the year. You know, it's an epiphany. When you take on leadership roles, you expect a certain level of criticism and scrutiny that comes with it. Our trustees, executive cabinet, we've experienced several criticisms over the course of the year. Some are warranted, some are unwarranted. We've always prioritized collaboration over public commentary, but realize that silence can sometimes be louder than words and obscure the full story. Meaning that if you don't share your narrative, the narrative shared by others becomes the only story the public can identify with. Tonight, I'm going to share a different perspective to provide greater clarity on the depth of our commitment to our labor partnership. In the summer of 2024, I was leading another school district in the Bay Area. I was intrigued by the labor management initiative and a strong collaborative framework it outlines for management and labor unions. My former team and I attended the LMI workshop in San Diego, and the irony of that and the foreshadowing is that SCUSD presented at that conference. They shared their successes and strategies for a successful partnership. 1 year later, I was fortunate and excited to join this team, a district that values and appreciates the concept of partnership. I thought to myself, SCUSD, they get it. Meaning that in public education, which is very different than other industries, collaborative partnerships are the most efficient way to ensure that the adults within the organization create an operational system that sets the foundation for desired outcomes. In our industry, that's student learning and achievement. I'm about 10 months into my tenure, and I remain fortunate and excited to be the superintendent of the Santa Clara Unified School District. I've observed enough to know that the partnership that I was excited to join looks and feels different from what I expected. Our partnership is complex. The foundation is a little wobbly and it needs repair. And to add to the already wobbly foundation I joined, the necessary right-sizing process added another layer of complexity, further compromising our relationship, culture, and climate as we facilitated staff layoffs to address significant spending concerns within our district. When people's livelihood are at stake, raw emotions enter the building and logic takes a timeout. Kind of reminds me of the poem If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. This has not been an easy year. We had to tackle topics that deep down we understood we needed to address. And we all know that if we're going to break the status quo and become the district that we know that we can be, we have a long list of tough topics to discuss in the future. We are just at the beginning of this process. This is why we need partnership. A true partnership is one that understands that there's give and take in all decisions, treats our partners consistently and fairly, both privately and publicly. We are in tough times, and during tough times, this is when the partnership matters most. Now, I have heard this quote a few times this year. Partnership is not about relationships when things are going well. It's about having the ability to come back to the table and continue the conversation when the partnership is compromised. I want to be very clear. Neither I nor the executive leadership team have threatened to or left the collaborative process. In fact, throughout the year, we increased opportunities for collaboration. Executive Cabinet remains committed to our labor partnership as we collectively spend more than 30 hours per month in meetings with labor partners, working side by side to address gaps within a co-teaching program, draft MOUs to memorialize innovative solutions to gaps within the organization, to work collaboratively on the math pathways and math adoption process, We include our labor partners in enrollment meetings, participate in numerous work groups, including the literacy work groups, systems of support, MTSS, Tier 1 academic strategies, SLT networking meetings, and much more. We also engage in regular one-to-one meetings about emerging issues throughout the organization. And specifically this year, we held weekly right-sizing meetings with labor leaders. By providing more opportunities to participate, more than required, our executive cabinet has exhibited the depth of our commitment to partnership. The perceived gaps in the definition of partnership seem to contribute to the discourse taking place. In my view, partnership and commitments don't always mean that what is recommended, requested, or desired by the partner in those meetings becomes the final outcome of the process. Rather, it's having a seat at the table to share perspective, to strengthen plans before decisions are made. Over the course of this school year, I continue to hear the word partnership thrown around loosely. I have sat at this dais and listened to repeated unwarranted verbal attacks directed at the Board of Trustees and members at the executive team. While we value the rights of free speech, including the right to criticize board and district decisions, this does not require attacking one another's character, nor continually questioning the value and strength of the relationship itself when challenges are complex and at times strained. This weakens the partnership and the relationship when it's needed most. The district has remained committed to professionalism and collaboration. We have not spoken negatively about our labor partners, nor will we. SCUSD remains committed to partnership because our focus has been and always will be on student success. We cannot allow adult issues to get in the way of student success. That stops right now. If you are a part of the management team in this organization, here is my expectation. If others choose negativity, we will consistently model professionalism. We are here to build a system that relentlessly supports student learning, achievement, and long-term success. And to our labor partners, we're committed to continue working with you collaboratively to ensure a clear, unified focus on student learning and success while simultaneously ensuring long-term organizational health. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We'll move now to our reports from union presidents. I don't believe Ms. Alpin was able to return, so Ms. Wysocki?
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustee Suresh, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. In the role as the teachers union president, I find I spend 40 to 50% of my time looking backwards. I ask myself, how did we do this last time? What worked well last time? What did we learn from things that did not go well last time? The other 40 to 50% I'm working on are new current matters that crop up. Ones I couldn't even anticipate were going to be part of the year or be such a big part of our future. Recently, as I was reflecting backwards, I pulled up the speech I gave back in August at our Welcome Back. I wanted to see how relevant that speech turned out to be for this school year. Here is a piece of that speech I gave to the teachers. This year, I'm going to give you permission. Now, I know some of you are thinking I'm a grown adult, I don't need your permission, and you're right, you don't. And yet, I'm going to give it to you anyway. I give you permission to step off the treadmill, to sit still for a few minutes. I give you permission to have hard conversations with equal measures of unwavering belief and courtesy. Permission to hold others accountable while holding yourself accountable too. Permission to ask your colleagues and your principal, is this working? permission to ask your students, is this working? The themes I shared in August were quite prophetic for this challenging school year we are having. All of what I just read continues to be relevant, and I continue to give our teachers each of those permissions. For the past several years, I've stated in many meetings, many of which you were at, that we already had the model for student success in our elementary schools. The model is found in the structure and the coaching in our CSIS programs. The model is found in the question has been raised time and time again. What do we need to do differently to support our children? My response has always been, you know how. The model is found in our CSIS schools. Duplicate that program across our system. I have said this literally for years, but no, we are not doing what we know works, what we know works. We're starting over again. Many of us cannot understand why some decisions have already been made and answers are few and far between. And I know a lot of people wonder why I focus so much on elementary school, which I would love to explain. I focus on elementary schools because that's where our students build their foundations. Imagine a system where students entered middle school and high school with fewer gaps, more solid foundations at or above grade level in their knowledge and understanding. This is what we should strive for, and this is why elementary is so critical for our students. It's good for them, it's good for our middle schools, it's good for our high schools. And how do we do that? Well, you already have the answer to that question. You copy the work and the structure of programs that we know succeed, our CSIS schools. It is not a surprise. In the interest of saving time, knowing that there is a lot of public comment tonight, I'll close my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move now to information item G2, fiscal stewardship and refinancing opportunity. Mr. Shield.
Good evening. Periodically, we have an opportunity to look at our debt portfolio within the district. And when the market condition allows, we look at the possibility of refinancing our debt in an effort to create financial savings for our taxpayers who approved us to issue this debt in the first place. And so I'm here tonight again to tell you that the market condition currently exists there whereby we could potentially refinance some of our outstanding debt, provide significant savings to our taxpayers, and also if everything works out as Ms. Ranieri will speak about in just a moment, if everything happens, shorten the ending termination date of Measure BB significantly. And so with that, I'd like to welcome Lori Ranieri back with us again this evening. Lori has been our municipal advisor for many years and continues to do so. And she's here this evening to share some of the analysis that we currently have in place within the market conditions and provide that information to you. With board consent, we would then bring back future board action items at a future board meeting date for authorization to proceed with the refunding opportunities. And with that, Ms. Ranieri.
Thank you. I'm getting a lot of help with the tech, and I know everybody's very tired. Everybody looks tired, and this is going to be as brief as I can make it. And this is just an information presentation. So tomorrow, if you have another question, Mark and I will be glad to help you. So don't feel like you have to be too stressed about this. It's just information, and we got something else on the screen there. There we go. So Mr. Shield talked about the financial stewardship. This district has been on this road so diligently that we have yet another opportunity, but it actually is kind of normal for you. It's not normal in school districts in general, but as you'll recall, you're members of GFS-JPA, Government Financial Services Joint Powers Authority, and you have committed to be guided by finance best practices, ethics, and transparency. And that's why we're here tonight, because that's what we're doing. So we're going to briefly review the debt. We're going to talk about the refinancing opportunities, talk about the savings, and talk about next steps. And I'm not quite getting the next, there we go. So a lot of charts here, but the district has issued, the community has approved 5 general obligation bond measures from 1997 to 2018. Measure BB, as you know, was passed in 2018, authorizing 720 million of bonds. And in addition, the district has taken on another type of debt. It's a lease financing in 2 forms, certificates of participation and a standard lease purchase. Those are both lease financing debts that helped us with Casa del Maestro. And the next chart, I don't know if I'm not doing this right. Maybe, there we go. I need to hold it up. So I apologize, but I'm forgetting exactly which questions were asked by Board Member Ratterman and Board Member Muirhead, but we ended up with this chart because of their collaboration and good thinking about how to make this clear, that the district's tax rates are already 65% below the projected maximum that we showed to voters at the time of the election. And that's really important because a lot of people say, well, it's, we're within what we said, it's not a problem, but we keep pushing it lower, and that creates value for taxpayers. They get to keep that money. They can spend it where they want instead of us taking it from them and frankly sending it out of the community to bond investors. So we always include this chart for you. It just keeps getting better. And so the projection is there must be a delay, right? I couldn't possibly be talking too fast. There we go. Okay, there we go. Thanks. Maybe I'll just wave my hand and the person back there will do it. Okay, that's easier. So anyway, and our tax levies are projected to continue to decline, but what we want to do is take advantage of refinancing opportunities. We're going to go to the next slide, and then we're going to go to the next slide after that. And we're going to have them go lower faster, which means less. And so Mr. Schill was describing this, but it's very common for bonds to have a call date, meaning you cannot prepay them at any time, but there's a date in the future at which and after which you can call the bonds back from the investor, pay them off early, and we can replace them with new bonds that we sell in this market. And so we call it setting the alarm clock. We know what those dates are. So we don't have to check the market every single day. When the date is approaching, then we check the market and we say, okay, is there an opportunity given now that we have the legal opportunity to do something? We have 8 series of bonds because the bonds are issued in series. They're not all issued in once after each election. We have 8 series of bonds that have call dates coming up in fiscal year 26, 27. And we have our lease debt, which also has call dates coming up. And we'll go to the next page. And oh, this is working really well. If I go the other way, do you go back? Okay, so anyway, we have a new system and we figured it out on the fly, and we're trying to do it with professionalism and also some good humor. So anyway, we have lots of series outstanding. Bottom line, what we're looking for is they have call dates, and then we check the interest rate. And what you see on that dotted line is just a benchmark interest rate. When it's close, we know we're kind of in the market. And then we actually look specifically at the term of the bonds. And this is where Mr. Schill has been really smart about let's change the term. So let's not stick with the term we had. Let's change up the term through the refi to take advantage of the best part of the yield curve, which for us, the best part of the yield curve is the low part. That's what we want. So we'll go to the next page. Oh, I love this. And just a reminder, not that anyone would forget, but we are a double AAA rated district, and that is highly unusual. So lots of people want to buy our bonds, which means that we can pretty much hit the bottom of the market in terms of the borrowing rates. And we've been affirmed at the AAA from both rating agencies. And the reason they've cited strong financial position, prudent fiscal practices, robust local economies, which is great. So now we told you, we look at when the call date is, we look at the market, and then we go to the next page and we look at how many years are remaining on the debt, because it costs money to do the refi. And just like it points in a mortgage, right? If you're borrowing for a very short term, you couldn't carry as many points because you don't have as much time to work off that cost. So of the ones that we identified that looked good for refinancing of our general obligation bonds, one only has 1 year left. So there's just, we don't want to do that. It would be we'd cost us more than we could save. So we're not going to worry about that. The others, we can save money. So we'll go to the next page, and the refinancing of these 5 bonds, we expect to save over $80 million over the next 22 years. And that's, in Silicon Valley, I always feel like people talk about billionaires and trillionaires, but if you were coming here with a business and said, I'm going to put $80 million into the local economy over the next 22 years, I think you'd be getting a ticker tape parade down El Camino Real, right? This is a huge thing that the district is doing, and it's kind of invisible. People don't see it, but it's happening, and they get to keep that money. So we'll go to the next page, and I'd say I'm doing the verbal and the hand. That's good. So one of the things that you'll see in the resolution that we'll be bringing to you in the future is an establishment of a minimum savings, because even though we've identified an expected savings now, the market changes all the time. And by the time we get to the sale, it might be different. It might be better. It might be worse. But when you adopt the resolution and give us instructions to go forward, you're going to set the floor. We will not proceed if we're not above that floor. And so you'll see that. And again, I mentioned being guided by best practices, and using those best practices, we recommend a minimum of 3%, but we'll go to the next page, and you can see that for the 5 bonds that we're suggesting we refinance, one of them is close to the 3%. The others are all over. So as we proceed, if we cannot stay above 3% and going right up to the sale date, we would drop out anything that can't be refinanced at that minimum level. So that's why we set that threshold, so that we're always acting in compliance with your direction. So we'll go to the next page, and this is where our tax rates go even lower. And this is where, like I said, I like to call it the shield strategy. You can hold me responsible for that, shortening it by 6 years. And this was a really good idea, because it's easy for us to think of the bonds in the terms of the measures and then the series when they were issued. And Mr. Shield has his mind is like a gumball machine. They're all going around, and he can see them all, and he can say, move them around, let's do this. And so we've just had a wonderful experience working with him and for him, developing these ideas. And we've been doing it for many years now. So you've heard me talk about it before, but now we're even extending it to our other membership. So we have lots of school districts that are in our JPA that are doing this. So we'll keep going. We'll go to the next page, and we'll remind you that we have a process. We'll go to the next page of selling the bonds, which is by competitive bid. And this is just a reminder, with all of our different types of measures and also our certificates of participation, we've had 27 sales, and we've had 203 bids, and we've had 15 different winning underwriters on the 27 sales. So the reason this is important is that if you're going to talk to somebody at a bank, they would say, our bank is the best bank. And they may believe that. But when it comes to selling bonds, the best bank is the one that gives us the lowest price on the day that we're selling. And the thing about money is it's all the same color. There just isn't a qualitative difference. It's all quantitative. The other interesting thing that we've seen in recent sales that I've shared with you is getting bids from all over the United States, from banks that we don't usually see, because it's a national market. It's very fluid. And I remember we had one exciting time that you'll remember when in Mr. Shield's home state of Ohio, the Fifth Third Bank bid, and they had never bid on any California school district. We thought maybe they knew he was from Ohio. But anyway, we'll go to the next page, and here's our next step. So tonight is the information presentation, and I know that this is probably not top of mind, but you have between now and June 11th to let us know if anything needs to be clarified. We'll be glad to do so before we ask you to consider adopting a resolution, and that will have that minimum threshold in it. On June 23rd, we will have the sale of bonds and interest rates locked. And we do, in the interest of transparency, make these occasions very transparent. We used to have guests in person in our office, and some of you may remember that and come to our office, but lately we do it on Zoom. But if anybody wants to, and I'll say see a bond sale, which means our team will do what they do and I'll narrate what they're doing that you can't actually see because they're on their own computer screens. But if anybody wants to know what that is, we're happy to include them. And in the past, we've had students, we've had employees, we've had members of the Bond Oversight Committee and we've had board members. So I just want to remind you, now that date may change if there's something in the market that causes us to think that's not a good day. We're still well ahead of that, but that's the target date. And then in July 8th, that's when everything would be closed up and done. And then at a board meeting after that, at your convenience, we'd come and give a presentation. So I hope that wasn't too fast. And I want to thank the people over there running the slides. Thank you for your help. Apparently this was too much tech for me at this hour. And so thank you. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that. Trustee Rotterman.
Yeah, Lori, thank you very much for coming. I thought you had retired. You just keep
It's
coming
a-
back. We
and-
appreciate that.
It's a slow withdrawal.
Okay, all right. So, there's basically the approach that you've taken, and you've done it before, and I just wanted you to comment on it, is that there's really two ways to change this on a refinance. One of them is you shorten the term, which is the one you've opted for. So you keep the cost per 100,000, the evaluation per 100,000 approximately the same, and then you shorten the term, and therefore there's less interest paid, et cetera. The other alternative to that is that you keep and extend the term, and you reduce the amount that's paid per 100,000 so that the tax burden on an annual basis is less. Of course, you pay more interest. So what are your thoughts on those two alternatives?
So the reason that we like the first alternative is because it's less total dollars. That's the first reason, less total dollars, and it's less dollars on a present value basis. And there's a couple reasons for that. And the most important of this strategy is that we're getting lower interest rates because we're getting into the lower end of the yield curve. The second reason is that the principal is outstanding at lower rates for less time, so there's less interest accrual. So we're going to pay back the same principal amount either way, but we really reduce the interest. Now, the other strategy of trying to get interest rates down and for a longer time, we don't actually see that with districts that have been this successful because your tax rates are well below the maximum. The districts that I see doing it, and we don't have this issue with our membership, but one of the things that our team does is we do third-party reviews of the proposed bond financings that districts that are not our members are doing. And so we're able to see this strategy, which is that they pass a bond. The work has not been good enough to accurately predict what the tax rate will be, and they're over what they promised the taxpayers. So they're stretching it out to get it under that number. Does that make sense? It's like kind of squeezing in, instead of you can't afford the 30-year mortgage, take a 45-year mortgage. And you might say, well, do you have that in California? Not as far as I know. But for example, in other countries, there are countries that have 99-year mortgages, right, for that amount to make it affordable. But the total amount paid can be 6, 7, 8, 10 times the principal amount, right? So it's very expensive over time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And the other thing I believe is the intermediate terms are generally go for a lower rate of interest as opposed to longer terms. Is that approximately right?
Exactly. That's one of the keys to this strategy. And that is, not only is it generally true, but the beauty of this strategy is that we are specifically looking at the yield curve when we're selling. So sometimes the 1-year rate will be higher than the 2-year rate. Economic theory says it shouldn't be, but sometimes it is because rates are set by demand in the marketplace. So with this idea that it's all these gumballs running around and we can move them around, we can sort of direct them into the lowest point on the yield curve. It might be year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but what if it's year 3, 4, 5? We'll take that.
Yeah, you've permanently changed my view of Mr. Gumball over here. So the other question I had is right now, what I see for tax-free bonds, which I believe is what we usually do, the yields for intermediate yields are running like 3 to 4%, and the yields for longer terms are running about 4 to 5 to make it easy. You've got a 3% target, or it's a go, no go if you don't get at least a 3% rate. Did I understand that correctly?
It's a different statistic. The statistic is the dollar savings achieved relative to the bonds you're refinancing, and that relationship has to be 3% or more.
Okay, all right. What do you anticipate? I know that markets are over there, you don't time markets, et cetera, but what do you anticipate seeing in the market if we were to be able to put it out just today?
You know, the 20-year rate is at 4% as shown on the chart by, well, whatever the date was. I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. But we showed you the 20-year rate on the slide where we showed that, and that has a date on it. It's
Sorry, I missed that.
April 30th.
Okay.
But that's the 20-year rate. That's the bond buyer index. One of the interesting things is because of the competitive sale approach, and in this particular case for Santa Clara Unified, double AAA, we would expect to be below what you're seeing in the market. We would expect to bottom the market out because of the desirability of these bonds. And doing the competitive sale allows us to find the entity in the whole country that wants them the most.
Thank you very much. Always impressed.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you so much. I was surprised that Trustee Ratterman didn't bring this up. So I'm going to bring this up for him because I actually saw another school district advertising how much they had saved on their bonds. And it was significantly less, like a tenth or less than that of what I did not say the school district of what you were saying. And he's always saying, we should advertise this. And so I was like, wow, when I looked at this presentation, it was like, we're really saving a lot of money. So I would just like to echo Trustee Ratterman's sentiment that I think it's important to know when things are going really well and people are doing a really great job to celebrate it. So I would love to see that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Muirhead?
I wanted to express similar to what Trustee Fairchild was saying, that I love the chart that you've edited with our input, because I don't think it gets the press that one of the good things that we're doing here is using our money the best that we can, and that is our taxpayers' money, because they're giving it to us so that we can pay back these bonds, and we're only charging about a third of what we could because of the work that you and Mr. Shield have done to get these competitive bonds sales and get us such good rates. So I just think the work that you're doing and that you keep bringing this back to us, we've refinanced a number of times. And it's brought in the dates and it's brought in the amounts, and I really appreciate that, and I look forward to this next round. I sat in on one of those bond sales once. It's the most boring thing in the world because it's all done on computers now. So to me, it was, and I'm a numbers person, but that was not a particularly exciting day. Maybe you figured out ways to spruce it up, but I do appreciate that you've given us all sorts of things to tease Mr. Shield about now with related to gumballs. So thank you.
If someone has an idea, Mr. Rico, perhaps you do. Every time we go through this bond refinancing, I tell Mr. Shield to put out a press release to our community, and he never does. So if you could possibly make sure that this time we put a press release out so that our public and community who pay their taxes, that fund our schools, that pay for these bonds, knows that we have an excellent person with Ms. Ranieri
Do we need to make a
doing
motion?
our fiduciary duty and have an excellent stewardship of their money. That would be wonderful because he won't do it. So if you could help him do that, that'd be great. Thank you. Any other comments from trustees? Mr. Canova?
So I always say it, but I mean, you've really been such an amazing star for our district for so long. And, with all the bonds that we've done over the years, you've just been so excellent at making us save money for our taxpayers. And that's really part of the reason that we've had multiple successful bonds, because we've been able to point to prior ones and show the efficiency that we achieved. So I'm glad you're not fully retired because you're a rock star and we just really appreciate everything you do. And you love the numbers, you got a passion for it, you get excited about it. And so you're one of a kind.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. Thank you, Lori, for the presentation and the good news. Look forward to the follow-up. I wanted to know, does the savings show up in the residents' tax bills? Does the amount go down, or does the payment or the amount that shows up on their tax bill, does it just stop 6 years earlier?
Right, that's a great question. So, you know, I'm a pretty fastidious person and I don't smoke, drink, and gamble. And I say, so where's all that money? Right? Lots of people smoke, drink, and gamble. Where they spend money. Where's all the money? In my case, I still have it. And that's the answer. You still have the money. So they're not going to see the savings. And so I will work with Ms. DeRico to come up with a way to try and make this understandable. It's hard to translate the numbers into words. And frankly, it's hard to find an audience that wants to hear this, as I heard that our bond sales are boring, because we think they're very exciting. But the point is, all they see on their tax bill is what they are paying. They don't see what they're not paying. And that's why I like to think about, when you think of, you know, $80 million of over 22 years, no one's going to see it. They're just going to have it, and they're going to do with it whatever they want. And so there's a governmental question. We shouldn't tax people more than we need, right? But it's also the case that the economic value is that they will spend it how they choose, and most of it will likely be spent in this community. That's just the economic facts. Most money is spent close to home, no matter what you're ordering online.
Well, I was just going to ask you, you know, based on the significant savings, is there any way we could get some of it up front? But I guess we can't.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
whole nother,
Yeah,
a whole nother topic. But in terms of the fiscal stewardship, there's no question the district, and it's not just today, it has been a sustained effort. And that's why we have this wonderful chart that board members Ratterman and Muirhead helped shape and create, that we keep coming back to, because it just keeps, like, people say, why is the line up here? And then it's like so much empty space. That would be like poor design. Right? I got all that empty space between the line and the chart. And I'm like, but I understand what that means. So I like it, right? It means that's the money we're not collecting. And maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I don't want to confuse anybody, but we could calculate in total what we haven't collected since 1997. You like that idea? Okay. I'm going to have to go back and explain that to the team, but yeah, we'll figure out we'll calculate that for you.
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move now to public comment on unagendized. Trustee Ryan.
Yeah, it is almost 10 o'clock and I see that we have students here for a later item. And I have no idea how long unagendized comments will take, but I don't want to keep students here till after 11 p.m.
Okay, which
I don't know
item
if
would
we
you
could-
like to?
So they appear to have instruments that you might play in a marching band. I am guessing they are here for
K2?
K.
Oh, no, K1, I'm sorry.
K. So I wonder if we would be able to take those now so that our students can be rested for their school day. I mean, it's already almost 10 o'clock, but
Okay,
slightly more rested than they would be if they're here till 11:30 at night.
I think that is acceptable. I don't know. Yeah, are we good? Okay, good. Okay, so we will take item K1, marching band data for schools in Santa Clara County and beyond. I believe, is that Ms. Meltzer?
I think it was an information item, so we don't have a formal presentation for you.
Okay.
But there was a report attached to the agenda that shared the research that we did since the last board meeting.
Okay.
Would you like me to summarize for you here? I think that we found that approximately 67% of the districts in Santa Clara County provide either provide PE credit for marching band that exist in their districts. No other districts in Santa Clara County provide the exemption like we are recommending, or we're recommending to provide the exemption like we do for our PE students, but they do get PE credit in 67% of the districts across the county. So I think that was the biggest question that we had. There is some additional information in there about what marching band looks like in terms of the amount of time that they spend doing their work. They have multiple evenings, commitments in the evenings, Monday and Wednesday evening rehearsals for 3 hours each. They rehearse on Saturdays for 6 hours and usually during the football season. So late July, early August through the end of the football season. They participate in 3 to 4 competitions over the course of the season as well on the weekends, which are typically 10 to 12-hour commitments of a lot of activity. And obviously they perform at all of our varsity home football games, including playoffs and championship games as well. So they're in concert, I will say, with the football team for the entire season.
Thank you. Trustee Rotterman.
So actually, I'll probably direct the question to you. So this is showing as an informational item in the action item area, which implies that we're
There isn't-
intending to take action.
2 is the action.
2 is the action item. The
Two is
1
the
is the information for the action item.
All right. So we're going to take that next then.
Correct.
All right. Perfect.
Trustee Muirhead.
One thing I found interesting about this information that you provided to us is how many of the districts in our county have built marching band into the students' day instead of it being extracurricular. There's only a couple of them that are extracurricular, and most of them are in the day. So I don't know if that's ever been discussed with our high school band teachers, how that would fit in with their offerings already. If I was just wondering if there's been any consideration or talk of that.
We have not. Mr. Baldwin and I did have a conversation about it earlier this week. And I do think that there's probably some variability about what the curricular makeup of those classes look like. I would imagine that most of those classes are actually band classes that marching band students participate in through our conversation, as opposed to like specifically a marching band class. So we can explore that, but we have not explored that in the last couple of weeks.
I'm not pushing for it. I was just curious what the discussion had been already. Thank you.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo, I guess, what you guys were saying last time. I think it really impacted me because I was wondering, like, I know marching band and even color guard too spend so much time and effort, as Ms. Meltzer was saying, like, even on the weekends, that's crazy. Like 6 hours is a long, long time. And I know, like, I've been in athletic PE before too, and not to shame the athletic committee, but I know that you guys put in a lot of effort. So I think I just wanted to say, like, an echo that I like this decision, and yeah, I would push forward it. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Ryan.
I wanted just to clarify one thing, because I was counting it up. I think the 67% was for the districts, outside of beyond the Silicon Valley. As I counted the districts, the local districts, and I only wanted to count the ones that actually have a marching band program because they're really the only ones that are going to address it. It looks like there were 8, so that takes out, not counting us, and then Palo Alto and San Jose don't have marching band. So that left 8 districts, and 6 of those 8 districts do allow marching band in some way to substitute for PE, whether they do it. I see that most did it as a credit. I know we decided to do it as an exemption because that's really what it looked like Ed Code allowed us to do for the sports sports team participation. That's what Ed Code looked like. So we did it that way. And I know that other districts have chosen a different way, whether that's going to be an issue for them or not, I don't know. But that was actually 75% of our local districts that offer marching band provide some way for it to substitute for PE. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Trustee Fairchild?
My question was, did we have any slips on this from this? Are they from
okay.
students?
I don't.
Are
They
they,
might-
did any of the students want to speak on?
I don't
one,
have
two?
any slips for this item. I was going to ask once our questions were completed, if there were public comments. but-
I did want to make one comment because the exemption versus the credit has come up again. And I asked questions about this last time, but I wanted to be kind of explicit about it this time because I've kind of danced around this topic. I'm really in favor of the exemption versus credit for one very specific reasons, besides the fact that it's an Ed Code. Exemption saves teacher jobs. If you give credits for extracurricular sports, that takes away credits that's required to earn during the school day. Exemption moves that credit into a different pot, but is still required. It just exempts it from that section. And so the student still is required to earn the 230 credits to graduate. It just moves it around a little. And so I think there's a reason why it says exemption in Ed Code. And as Mr. Baldwin said last year, that there seems to be some sort of helping of other districts to realize this, that they need to be giving exemptions and not credits because it is causing some problems as students get too many credits for extracurricular activities because we do want them getting their credits during the school day. Yeah, so I just wanted to make that clear because it didn't seem to be clear last time.
Okay, do we have any other trustee comments on K1? If not, I'm going to move to K2, which is the actual action item. Okay, so K2 is the second reading of board policy updates recommended from the policy committee meeting on April 8th, 2026. Do we have any board comments on any of the other policies that were provided in the list under K2? Okay, seeing none. Wait, hold on. Okay.
Second, Rotterman.
Okay. Are there any comments in the room on the item K2 about the policies? Please come up. Yep, come up to the podium. Make sure that the microphone is on. The bottom should be green.
There is a green light.
Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Lucas Liu. I was here last time. Again, I just want to thank the board and everyone that spoke last time for the support. You know, the three of us here, we're representing around 150 students in Santa Clara High School alone in the music program. And, you know, you can only imagine how many other students there are in Wilcox, McDonald, right? But we really appreciate the support. And we have friends in the Zoom that are going to talk about the more like physical parts of and the benefits of that. But I just want to really talk about the other impact if this passes that will really help us. And of course, that is the exemption. And that also allows us to free up potentially one space in our schedule. I'm a graduating senior this year, so you know this doesn't really directly benefit me. But I have taken music since third grade every single year, and I've done percussion all of those, what is that, nine years now? Yeah. And it's a great time because, you know, these people, they're my family, right? And, you know, we all love music. And this year, I was very close to not taking my final year of music because, you know, don't really have that much spaces in my class and on my schedule. And as well as taking SVCTE, I was very close to not being able to take music. But I was really lucky that they moved the advanced band or a symphonic band to the morning, so that I was able to take 4 years of music. So I was really grateful for that. But just if this passes, this allows freshmen and, you know, all new students to be able to take potentially one more year of music, and that will greatly benefit a lot of us, especially my younger sister who will be a freshman. So yeah, thank you guys so much.
Are there any other comments in the room on any of the policies? Okay, I'm going to close comment in the room. Are there comments in the Zoom? Mr. Rico.
The Board of Trustees is currently taking comments on agenda item K1 marching band data for schools in Santa Clara County beyond on K2 for the second reading of board policy related to marching band. For members of the public who are attending the meeting through Zoom and who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands are raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, like the one we have here in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute your microphone. Our first commenter is Michelle Bumbaka.
Good evening, everyone. As we approach the end of the school year, the amount of stress and anguish is at an all-time high throughout our district. I stop to ask you, board members and leadership, do better. While we get ready to celebrate graduates, we will also prepare to say goodbye to several amazing colleagues and friends. Again, I ask you, the board and leadership, to do better. Currently, one of our 3 comprehensive high schools in our district has a marching band. And here we find ourselves tonight in the midst of an approval of an exemption that will only serve approximately 65 marching band students. I remind you that there are close to 4,000 students that we serve in our comprehensive high schools. This exemption would be accessible to just 1.6% of our high school students, leaving out 98.4% of high school students. This does not represent equality. I ask you to do better. Recently, Dr. Wright and the leadership team presented the North Star Pillar 1, which is all about academic excellence, with a focus on equity, access, and inclusion. Educators have spent countless hours this school year providing feedback in many ways, attending all types of meetings, serving on committees to help support academic success, establishing essential standards in content areas, designing and proposing new courses, and so many more. We have done our part to help support academic success, and now we are asking you to do your part. I ask you again, lastly, board and leadership, please ask yourself if you're upholding our district's mission, which is providing equitable education to all students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Julie Ari.
All right, good evening. My name is Juliana Arias, and I was drum major for the marching band these past 2 seasons. We look at physical education sometimes as simply physical activity, which we have heard is much more than that since it also helps student development. I'm asking that we look at marching band as not simply band kids, but an activity of discipline and culture. I've been in the program for 4 years and have been a leader. I'm a firsthand witness to how this activity addresses all factors of training and discipline. The first part is being a member. The second part is having the discipline to take care of yourself. Some may ask whether our teachers are qualified, how we know we're going to get the necessary activity. Seeing our instructors' efforts, as well as the fact that they have all participated in this activity at the world-class level, there's no doubt of our staff's qualification. How is our capacity seen? It's in the way our members grow, since band offers a combination of physical, educational, and musical excellence. It's in the way we go to competitions knowing what we are representing. Whether we win or lose, our values will forever uphold an image of respect and of healthy habits. It's in the way at every single football game, rally, parade, competition. Our members are held to the highest standards to be advocates of this mentality. Our numbers this year were currently 65. Next year's is projected to be over 90. And this doesn't even include McDonald's potential marching band and Wilcox Pep Band. This action would just be the beginning. Marching band offers real-world skills such as leadership, communication, and healthy habits. The very essence of our activity is teamwork, this idea of collaboration. These values sound familiar, and it's because they're both in marching band and PE. We're not just an elective, it's a culture of activity and of a healthy lifestyle, both mentally and physically. I hold respect for both activities. I urge the board to vote yes on this matter to commence a journey of mutual respect, one where we can appreciate all forms of the arts and advocate for healthy lifestyles. Marching band students have shown that they are worthy of the opportunity to have marching band be an outlet for success in the fitness and art world, and it is in the board's hands to make this opportunity a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, President Lieberman. That was the last one on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Okay, I have a motion from trustee Muirhead and a second from trustee Rotterman to approve K2. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0 with the trustee, student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Okay. We will now go back to flip forward. Okay, we will now go back to H1, which is public comment on unagendized items. I have slips here for that. I will call you up 3 at a time to stand at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes. The timer's behind trustee Canova. When the timer beeps, if you could please stop your comment, and if you're not done, you can email it to the board so that we can see your full comment. But we do need to maintain equitable time for every speaker. Our first 3 speakers are Nicole Gonzalez, Zung Boy, and Mario Rocha.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Gonzalez, and I'm a teacher at Brecker Elementary School. I'm speaking tonight about why our students need the district to have a strong partnership with educators and staff. With the decision to cut $30 million in 1 year, educators are being asked to do more with less, relying on our grace, flexibility, and goodwill to make broken systems work instead of providing students with the support that they deserve. A recent example is the abrupt release of SLPAs across the district. We still have several weeks left in the school year, and yet our SLPs are now being expected to complete their assessments, hold IEP meetings, and update goals without the promised support. They are being asked to take on significantly more work with fewer resources. This was not simply a miscommunication as stated in previous board meetings. The SLPs are gone, and there are no clear plans to support the staff or students moving forward. Another example is the elimination of our school site TOSA for the next year. At Brecker, we have about 70 students on IEPs in our SAIs and resource classes. That does not include our speech-only students. Many of our students require multiple IEP meetings during the year. We are currently at 122 meetings on our campus, and the year's not done. Many of our students, how is one principal supposed to attend all of these meetings, support staff, respond to student needs, and manage the campus effectively without site support? Who will step in when the principal is pulled away? Who will respond when students are struggling behaviorally or emotionally? Again, educators are being asked to do more with less. If there is a true partnership and genuine listening, I really don't believe that we would be here today. There is a major disconnect between what the district leadership believes schools can absorb and what staff are realistically capable of sustaining. Most importantly, these decisions are hurting our students. Thank you.
So before I begin, I just want to have a shout out for our post-secondary students who are here tonight.
And I'm still beaming and so proud of them. So, all right. Good evening. I just want to call your attention to my beautiful earrings. So I and many of my educators in the district, if you walk around districts, you will see that many of us are wearing these not earrings, they're green ribbons that they wear on their shirt, but I put them on ears. But to show that mental health matters. And May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And I would like to take a moment to recognize the critical importance of mental health support in our schools. Schools are more than places of academic learning. They are communities where students should feel safe, valued, connected, and supported. For many students, school is the one consistent place where caring adults notice they are struggling and step in to help. Our school psychologists, wellness coordinators, social workers, therapists, and guidance counselors play an essential role in helping students thrive. Every day, they provide preventive service, counseling, crisis response, consultation, and early intervention support that can change the trajectory of a child's life. They help students navigate anxiety, grief, stress, trauma, social pressures, and emotional challenges that too often interfere with learning and well-being. Behind every student who receives support is a story we may never fully see, a student who feels less alone, a family that finds hope, or a child who is finally able to learn, focus, and believe in themselves again. But supporting mental health is not the responsibility of one department or one group of professionals alone. It takes all of us, educators, staff, families, administrators, and community members, all working together to create a caring environment where students feel a sense of belonging and where seeking help is met with compassion instead of stigma. As we recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, I encourage us to continue to prioritize mental health resources and investing in the dedicated professionals. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mario Rocha, and I'm a teacher at Huerta Middle School as well as a SPED department chair. Originally, I planned to come tonight to speak about an issue related to the SPED program at Huerta Middle School that district admin is already aware of, but I'll save that for another meeting because right now there is a larger issue impacting our schools across this entire district, and that's stability. I'm speaking tonight because our students need stability, and right now many schools do not feel stable. This year has left many educators feeling exhausted, unheard, and uncertain about the future. Layoffs, delayed planning, and ongoing uncertainty have created stress across our schools, and that stress does not stay behind closed doors. Students notice when their teachers are overwhelmed. Families notice when schools are unsettled. Many educators feel like major decisions are being made without meaningful collaboration from the people who work directly with students every day. We are repeatedly being asked to do more with less while relying on flexibility and goodwill to hold systems together. That may work temporarily, but is not sustainable for students or staff. What concerns me most is that the district continues making major decisions while many unanswered questions remain about staffing, long-term planning, and how schools will realistically function next year. Our students deserve thoughtful decisions based on collaboration, transparency, and real partnership with educators. Strong schools are built on trust. They're built on consistency. And they're built by people who feel respected and supported in the work they do every day. For months, we have said students deserve stable schools. Stable schools depend on strong partnerships. And right now, we see that partnership has broken down. It is up to you to demonstrate partnership both at the bargaining table and by making collaborative, actionable plans for next year as soon as possible. I'll close by recognizing our principal, Dr. Tafoya, who has helped bring back a sense of hope, support, and even moments of joy during an incredibly difficult school year. Thank you for showing up for both students and staff.
Before I continue with unagendized comment, we need to extend the time for the meeting.
How many slips do you have?
Well, we still have some other items to go through. We're not going to be done in 15 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock.
Is that going to be enough? I mean,
I don't know if it's enough or not.
that's what, yeah.
Well,
I
we
could
have-
go longer than that if you want.
I don't know. I don't know how many, I can't anticipate the number of comments on the Zoom. So,
Yeah.
um,
Well, we'll try 1 o'clock, see what happens.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion from trustee Rotterman and a second from trustee Muirhead to extend the meeting to 1 a.m. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Okay. Thank you. Trustee Fairchild?
We want to give any members of the public who have the same message to stand together if they so choose.
If they would like to, they can. It's entirely up to them. But I will call the names regardless. The next three speakers are Katie Bernard, Kathleen Faruqi, and Brian Brennan.
Good evening, board. I'm Katie Bernard, RSP at Ponderosa. Tonight, I'm here to speak about the desperate times that lie ahead for us. Educators are crawling to the finish line, not because there are only 14 days of school left, but because this year has tried to break us. And this is with the current staffing in place, and I'm afraid for next year. Teachers are done going above and beyond, and we will not be able to pick up the slack next year. We will be lucky to simply teach in the fall, let alone fulfill all of our other duties. We cannot do more with less, and students will suffer because of it. We continue to see the faults of the partnership with the district as transparent communication doesn't seem to exist, and there is no compromise at the table. Committee input is ignored, processes aren't being followed, and documents like the North Star and various surveys don't fix this. What sounds good on paper doesn't mean it will happen. What is your actionable plan, and where is your data to back it? And why aren't we at the table during these planning discussions? Also, can HR please share an update on how the transfer processes are going? From my vantage point, it doesn't seem to be going well. People are confused, processes are unclear, and staff are unsupported. Who will be onboarding our displaced staff at new sites? And remember, these people still don't know where they are or what they are teaching in the fall. We no longer have a TOSA support system in place, and those in these remaining roles now have the workload of at least 2 next year. Educators have been sick more this year due to the demands and stress placed on them. This affects student success. What happens when teachers don't show up because our health becomes more important than this job? Or when we burn out and leave the profession? Then what happens to our students? We are waiting for solutions and haven't heard any from our months of brought up concerns. Lastly, I want to thank the staff and the community members who keep speaking out. You matter, your voice matters. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Faruqi. I have 2 kids at Washington Open and 1 at Cabrillo Middle School. Santa Clara Unified School District's vision statement contains so many of the core values at Washington Open Elementary. One that really stuck out to me was connected families and collaborative community, which I hope you're all familiar with. Washington Open has done this successfully. So why isn't the board exhibiting the same values? When our families learned about combo classes being implemented for next school year and were understandably concerned, if not outraged, and reached out to the board, what we saw repeatedly was a canned message about the shock and implied entitlement of parents hearing about class grade breakdowns now or before next school year, which missed the main concern. Has anyone on the board learned anything about the parent participation model at Washington Open and how we work? Do you have any idea how much unpaid prep work the teachers and staff, in addition to various parent coordinators, put in over summers? If nothing was expected of us during the summers, we would have no need for class lists ahead of time. But our school's success isn't an accident or the result of haphazard planning. It's the result of hard work, clear and frequent communication, dedication, collaboration, creativity, agility, talent, and commitment. It's a culture. It might look or feel like magic, but that's only if you don't pop the hood, which no one on the board seems to have done. Even if the district doesn't have enough money, we do, and we need to be more scrappy, we can do that, albeit at a cost to our students. What is most troubling and at a fundamental level is the lack of transparency, lack of collaboration, lack of honest communication, and the performative listening being advertised. No one at our school feels heard. Every person I've spoken with feels like the board came in with their minds made up even before using their ears. Trust is important, and that's heavily damaged, if not broken. What we offer doesn't cost the district anything extra. We keep families that want a non-traditional school in the district. You're gambling with losing families that want to be an active part of their community. Making the choices you're making will lose families through uncertainty alone. While we give a lot to our school community, we don't mess around with our kids' education and well-being.
I just wanted to acknowledge, everybody is very frustrated. I think the temperament ranges from anger to frustration, frankly. But speaking for myself and definitely for others, there's definitely not a villain amongst you. I think a lot of us hold you in high esteem, which is part of the bummer of all this. Organizational transparency only exists as an active practice. I don't doubt that the board and the district support transparency as a concept, but as it stands, the common sentiment is that the district and this board's current approach to transparency is barely indistinguishable from obstruction and obfuscation. It's an example of why the phrase radical transparency exists at all, because whoever comes after has to rebrand and say what they did before, we're actually going to do it for reals. School communities across this district have reached a point in which they feel they need a notarized transcript for every conversation because they get what seem to be sincere assurances that later appear to have been intended merely to placate. Whether it's open enrollment and staffing or a half dozen other issues, school communities have been left to try to divine the intent of this board from offhand comments and circumspect dialogue. In communication with the district, many have frankly given up on any expectation of clarity and candor. All people want is an honest evaluation of the situation as it currently stands so we can make informed decisions about our place or lack thereof in this district. We don't need to be coddled. We just want straight talk and a frank conversation. Thank you.
President Lieberman?
Yes, trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, so I'm fully aware of the fact that we're not able by law to have commentary about unagendized items. However, I do know, and we can redirect staff to make to reply. I do know that the staff has put together an informational session for this and some outreach. I would like to ask Dr. Wright, thank you. Yes, I guess it is getting late. Dr. Wright, to maybe just comment about that opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, we reached out to the parents of Washington Open, and we are having an informational night on Tuesday at 6 o'clock, I believe, in our auditorium to discuss our staffing, because it was clear in reading some of the correspondence. We're going to share our strategy and how we actually come about our staffing decisions and be transparent and share that with you.
Trustee Muirhead?
Clarify, is it at 6 or 6:30?
I don't have it in front of me. Is it 6:30? Okay, 6:30. I know it was 6 or 6:30, but it's at 6:30.
Sounds like everybody already knows. Thanks.
I think there was a communication to the site.
I know, I just wasn't sure how widely it got dispersed, so thanks.
Okay. My next three speakers are Katie Kuza, Cynthia Choi, and Laura Esper.
All right, good evening. I'm Katie Kusa, a teacher at and alumni of Washington Open. I'm here to share a timeline of events that are impacting our open enrollment program, essentially shrinking it. You have been receiving many emails, and some of you may be wondering why. It's because the program that we love, that we chose, and that many of us have returned to is in jeopardy, and we're making every effort to protect it. On December 19th, 2025 at 5 p.m., the day before the winter holiday break, our staff was informed that we would only have 15 classrooms next year. This was shocking as we have had 16 classrooms for many years. Additionally, as a school that is entirely open enrolled, it was dismaying to us that a staffing reduction could even have been decided before open enrollment even opened. In January, we were told, oh, no, we will in fact have 16 classrooms. This was great. We were then invited to a town hall by Trustee Muirhead in February. Both Dr. Wright and Mr. Shield were in attendance. We asked questions. During that town hall, we were assured that our worries about the future of choice programs in schools were unfounded, that no changes to choice programs in schools would be happening without a meaningful conversation. I can tell you that no such conversation has happened, as I would have been in attendance at that meeting. In April, we were once again told we would only have 15 classrooms, forcing a 1-2 and 2-3 combo. We're again concerned. We had been assured no changes would be made, yet a change is being made. A reduction to our program is being made. Finally, we're even more frustrated because we have students on our wait list in those grade levels, some of whom are siblings of currently enrolled students. The executive cabinet and school board are making conscious choices to not keep families together when it's completely possible to do so, and this choice is detestable. The words of the executive cabinet and school board are not matching the actions. Trust has been broken, confidence is lacking. This is not what is best for our students. I ask you, the trustees, to direct the cabinet to rescind 2-3 combos across the district and ensure families stay together.
Good evening. Excuse me, I'm sick, sorry. I'm Laura Esber. My daughter attends Washington Open. My son starts fall 2027 if enrollment isn't blocked again. We found out the district has been blocking students' siblings from enrolling at Washington Open, then pointing to this fabricated low enrollment to justify cutting a teacher. That's like closing the doors of a restaurant and then saying nobody wants to eat there. You cannot manufacture a problem and use it as evidence. In January 2026, we were told by Dr. Wright that choice schools would not be impacted by right sizing. That was not true. We found out eliminating a teacher and combining grades was on the table since December. Yet this was only made public in April, after private school and other school enrollment deadlines had already passed, and we all submitted our intent to return. Where's the transparency? Why were we lied to and kept in the dark for so long? Even if the decision wasn't finalized yet, telling us we would not be impacted was still a lie. But wait, in his email yesterday, Dr. Wright said enrollment numbers changed throughout the spring and summer. So why aren't students on the wait list being offered spaces when we know they're available right now at Washington Open? Washington Open runs 31.35 full-time employees, the lowest in the district. Westwood, with similar enrollment, runs 44.27. You added 4 full-time employees back at the Title I schools to prevent combination classes, proving they are harmful. Knowing these two things, why is Washington Open then being punished with the loss of a teacher and combo classes? Apple Park, Intel, and Levi Stadium fund 85% of your $390 million budget. You are not broke. Put a parcel tax to the vote. Run fundraisers. Consolidate your under-enrolled schools, George Main, Sutter, Scott Lane, Pomeroy, Briarwood, and Brucker, and rent out those campuses for revenue. The solutions exist. The will apparently does not. If anything said tonight is wrong, that's on your failure to communicate. And partnership? What partnership? Why don't any of the parents know why this decision was made? Show us. You have the data, you have the resources, have the integrity to match your own principles. Reverse this. Keep the teacher. Be better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Choi, and I'm a parent of a child lingering on an unnecessary enrollment waitlist, despite space being available in the current class. My son isn't currently enrolled in any districts, in a school in this district because he's in private school. We're choosing to transfer him because we truly believe in and love this community. Our journey with the district hasn't been easy. Our daughter has special needs, and we've tried several public schools searching for the right fit. A place where she felt safe, supported, and able to thrive. And this year, for the first time, it felt like we found that home at Washington Open. She's had an incredible year, and we're deeply grateful to the teachers and staff who supported her transition into general education. Now, she's repeatedly said she wants to be at the same school as her brother. For her, that means stability and emotional safety. For us, it means finally getting rooted in one community, one drop-off, one school, and one place where we can invest our time and give back. Now, we were counting on transferring our son next year. We know there's space in his grade, and with sibling priority, we were excited to finally be together. Yet he remains waitlisted, placing our family in an incredibly difficult position. I know of 2 other sibling families in the same situation, just one grade at this one school. How many more are affected across the school district? Why are we not prioritizing families and keeping them together? The district says there isn't enough enrollment, yet we are blocking students who want to join schools from outside the district. We understand financial realities, but these decisions affect real children who rely on stability, trusted teachers, and routines. Unfortunately, the district has lost the trust of many families. Dr. Wright, parents want to collaborate and believe in our schools. Transparency, communication, and honesty matter deeply when children's education and emotional well-being are at stake. I urge the board to reconsider holding up enrollment to justify premeditated combination classes. Behind every number is a child and a family seeking stability. Thank you.
Trustee Fairchild.
I just want to remind everyone in the room that this meeting is being broadcast and it's being watched by a lot of people in our district from a lot of different schools. Okay. Who you might have just mentioned about needing to be closed. I just want you to think about that as you choose your words.
Those are my last slips. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak that did not turn in a slip on unagendized comment? No. Is there anyone in the Zoom, Mr. Rico? No, no one raised their hand. Mr. Rico.
Yes, we're not taking public comment from our Zoom. So members of the public who would like to speak through the Zoom webinar, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands are raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen like the one we have here in the boardroom to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute your microphone. Our first commenter is Katie Pedersen, and you should be prompted to unmute now.
Good evening, board. My name is Katie Peterson. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am a school psychologist at Heyman Elementary School, and I also serve on the district's preschool assessment team. I wanted to speak tonight to acknowledge the experience that those of us at Heyman had last Friday when a nearby police incident led to a shelter-in-place and subsequent lockdown procedure. I want to shout out the entire Heyman staff who stepped up to provide significant reassurance to students who were understandably worried or dysregulated. I feel so incredibly proud and impressed to be part of the Heyman team and family. Our fearless leader, Kim Wakefield, as well as our incomparable TOSA, Courtney Carskadden, took charge to ensure that communication and reunification were handled in a compassionate, empathetic ways. The fantastic work of supporting our students was evidenced by how well most of our students came back to school Monday morning. I do also want to thank the district office staff who came out to support our school and students during this time. I feel really grateful to work at Heyman, and I just wanted to acknowledge that this was an unprecedented event that shouldn't have happened, but the Heyman staff handled it incredibly. Thank you.
My microphone. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Shauna.
Good evening. Good evening, board. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Shayna Siegel, and I am also a teacher at Heyman Elementary and second everything that Katie Peterson just said. I'm also a resource specialist, and I'm here tonight virtually because the weight of this school year has become unsustainable for me. Since January, the chronic stress has manifested physically, and I have been ill every single month. This hasn't just been a tough year, it's become a health crisis. I now have shingles, a condition my doctor assures me is brought on by stress. I'm currently managing a caseload of 26 students, 28 if you count my additional current open assessments, and it's vital that this board understand the crucial distinction that caseload is not the same as workload. A single number on a spreadsheet does not reflect the reality of our days. One student may require 3 times the effort of another in terms of instructional minutes, the frequency of IEP meetings, and the sheer volume of behavioral and academic supports needed for them to be successful. And I love my students and my school community, and so I am willing to give all that I can and sometimes more than I can to support them. But overall, I want you to remember that teachers cannot pour from an empty cup, and right now many of our cups are cracked. My question to the district leadership is, what concrete steps do you plan to have to support teacher retention and mental health for next year? How will you ensure that workload is the metric used to determine things rather than just a caseload number? Our students deserve teachers who are healthy and present, And under the current conditions, that is becoming an increasingly impossible standard to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Johnny Reyna.
Hello, my name is Johnny Reyna. I am a teacher at New Valley High School, and I am speaking to the stability of our school and the experiences that our community is facing right now. To go on to speak to the stability that other people have spoken about last night, New Valley is currently facing uh, essentially dismantling slowly, which has a huge impact on the students and the community overall. Our job at New Valley, which is something we do well, is re-engaging students with their education. There's a lot of gaps in their education. There's a lot of trauma in their past, and we serve some of the highest need students in the district. We serve 24% English learning students. We serve 82% Latino students. We serve 62% socioeconomic disadvantaged students, and 33% of our student population has an IEP. So we're doing a lot to support some of the students that need the most support. When we're losing staff, we're losing a vice principal next year, and we're losing a full-time teacher next year. We lose the ability to maintain positive relationships and also create safety on campus. New Valley has some of the lowest rates of fights on campus. We've only experienced one fight this whole school year. And that is a reflection of how much relationship building goes into our students every day. So when we lose critical staff like vice principal and full-time teachers, we lose the ability to maintain the impactful relationships that keep kids safe and keep them re-engaged with their education. So just to reiterate what everybody else is saying tonight, it's harder to do more with less, and our students deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Tammy Schultz.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Schultz. I'm a teacher here in Santa Clara Unified. I'm speaking tonight about why our students need the district to act in authentic partnership with education and staff, educators and staff. My school has a project-based learning focus. This involves active inquiry where students work over an extended period of time to investigate, research, and find solutions to meaningful real-world scenarios. At the heart of this work is collaboration. We teach our students to work together to accomplish a shared goal or complete a task. It involves combining skills, resources, and ideas to produce an outcome greater than what can be achieved alone. We do not put students in groups so that voices can be heard, but then one person makes the final decision. That is not collaboration. That is not progress, and it serves no one. I disagree that the word partnership is thrown around loosely. Instead, it's the most important word that we can use in education, and it's worth advocating for. This is not negativity. It comes from a deep love of our profession and our students. And anyone who was here in our district from 2013 to 2019 has experienced genuine partnership and the desire to keep improving it and the results from that hard work. Those experiences are what keep us fighting because our students deserve it. Ultimately, a lack of genuine collaborative partnership erodes trust. And without trust, we don't move forward as one towards a common goal. There is no North Star. No one wants that. We can't let egos get in the way of student success. So for months, we've been asking, please, students deserve stable schools. Students depend on those stable schools. They depend on strong collaborative partnerships, which we don't have right now. So it's up to you to demonstrate partnership both at the bargaining table and by working together with educators and staff now to create an actionable plan for next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter does not have a name. It's labeled New Valley Teacher. You should be prompted by Zoom to unmute.
Hello. I am deeply concerned about a pattern of decisions being made by your executive cabinet, decisions that lack transparency, responsiveness, and ultimately alignment with what's best for students. 9 weeks before the end of the school year, the New Valley principal was suddenly placed on special assignment. New Valley staff were only informed of this by an email sent from the principal the morning of her last day. The very next day, we walked onto campus to find an interim principal waiting to introduce herself, because at no point did HR come to speak with staff about this sudden and significant change. There was no communication, no support, no acknowledgement of the disruption to a school serving some of the most vulnerable students in this district. The lack of responsiveness continues. I attempted multiple times to schedule meetings with Dr. Wright and the Assistant Superintendent of HR regarding concerns about leadership next year. I was told my calls would be returned. They were not. A later email I sent to Dr. Gonzalez received a response 36 days later. In what world is that acceptable? In regards to my aforementioned concerns, this is not an attack on Miss Kelly Quayle. This is about the lack of respect and transparency and forethought in selecting the new principal of New Valley. The VP position has been cut, meaning one person will be responsible for budget, curriculum, staff evaluations, disciplines, IEPs, 504s, and more. That's an enormous responsibility for even the most experienced leader. And Ms. Quayle has approximately 15 days of vice principal experience from a term at summer school. Does not speak Spanish in a community where that connection was critical. This is not setting us up for success. It is setting her and our students up to fail. At the same time, the experienced leader currently serving our site, our VP, who had strong staff support, was passed over for the position. Our staff are fearful about what this means for campus safety and for maintaining the progress we've worked hard to build. In most organizations, continuity matters, yet only twice in the last 13 years has a VP in this district been promoted to principal at their own school. That's a waste of experience,
Thank you for your
investment, and
comment.
professional
I'm sorry to
development.
interrupt you, but we've reached the end of your 2-minute comment period. The board would like to hear the rest of your comments, and you can submit those in writing to the board at public-comment@susd.net. President Lieberman, that was the last comment on Zoom. We thank you. One more that just raised their hand.
Go ahead.
Okay. We have one more commenter, Jen Peak. You should be prompted to unmute.
I'm sorry. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I'm up late making shirts for the 5K for the Girls on the Run team I'm coaching on my own time that I want to have us all ready for. So I really wasn't going to speak. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. I have 4 more shirts to finish. But I'm just sad tonight, to be quite honest. The feeling around the district is one of genuine apathy. I understand from the position of the board and Dr. Wright that you feel like people are being heard. But when everyone feels unheard, there has to be a disconnect somewhere. And I'm not laying it at your feet necessarily. I just implore you to really dig deep and ask, are we doing the best we can? My husband actually chided me. He said, why are you going to even raise your hand? They don't listen. They want to hear people speak, but they don't really hear them. I'm hoping and trusting the intention that that is not true. I'm hoping and trusting the intention that I can be a beacon, that I can be the Lorax and speak for the trees, for the teachers that are scared to do so because they're scared of retaliation. And I'm not saying that that is happening. I'm just saying that that is the eggshells that people are walking on right now. I'm certainly not saying that's the district's intention. What I am saying is people are scared, feeling unheard, feeling unvalued. And I've seen that before. And when it happened before, there was a mass exodus of teachers out of the system. And I would hate to see that again, because the people it ends up hurting are the students that the teachers care. And I think the board and the district care about. But it's hard to trust when we feel unheard. It's hard to trust when we hear things through the rumor mill, like TOSAs are going to Monterey. Maybe they got a grant to go there. I don't know. If so, that'd be great for the district to put that kind of press release out so other teachers aren't thinking, really, we have no money, but we're sending people to MTSS training in Monterey. Like, it feels disingenuous. When we have a special board meeting with 24 hours notice, but there are people presenting from a consulting firm, did they really only have 24 hours notice that they were going to be?
You reached the end of your comment time, but the board would like to see the rest of your comment. If you can email that to public-comment@susd.net. Our next speaker is Lee Gugamos. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hello, yes, my name is Lee Gugamos, the father of a second grader at Washington Open, as well as a preschool student in a combined special ed, general ed program at George, Maine. My daughter is almost 4 years old, who's in the special ed portion of the preschool classroom at George, Maine. She has an ultra rare genetic disorder. She cannot walk without the aid of a walker. She cannot speak, and she is still learning how to eat. We have entrusted her well being to Santa Clara Unified School District. We have a very strong connection with the community through Washington Open and have a great deal of trust for the school district. After a lengthy process, I threw for the IEP for our daughter last year. She was assigned to the program at Maine, which has been a wonderful community for us, and we are happy that she is there. She was also assigned to have a full-time paraeducator with her. The hiring process for the para was not able to be started until the school year started. They were not able to find a para in their initial posting and had to repost the position. The para was not hired until December 1st to start my daughter, even though one was to be assigned to her, having a rotating para substitute whenever they could, oftentimes just being covered by the teacher herself. Then that para quit in March because she was able to find a better opportunity with more hours and more pay, and now she still does not have a para assigned to her. All this meaning I do not understand how the district thinks it can continue to support our most vulnerable students with fewer resources, not more, or at least the same. And I hope the board, the trustees, reconsider the decisions moving forward.
Thank you for
And
your
not
comment.
reduce
Sorry
the
to interrupt,
resources
but we
needed.
have
Thank you.
reached the end of your 2-minute comment period. If you have additional comments to make, you can make those at public-comment@susd.net. Our next speaker is Amanda Peace.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Pease. I'm the mother of 4 children who are at this district, 1 at Washington Open, 2 at Cabrillo, and 1 at MEX. First, I want to thank the superintendent for organizing the upcoming meeting with our school community and for creating an opportunity for families to ask questions and receive answers. We appreciate the willingness to engage directly with the people most affected by these decisions. Tonight, however, my message is about something broader. A few weeks ago, our community wrote to you about the impact these staffing and program decisions are having on our school communities. I'm here again tonight because I want to remind the board of something very important. Your role is not simply to approve the recommendations placed in front of you. Your role is to represent the community. District leadership may have a plan, but if that plan does not work for the students, families, teachers, and communities you represent, then it is your duty to push back, ask harder questions, and demand better solutions. Each school in Santa Clara Unified is its own microcosm. What works at one school may not work at another. A staffing model, class structure, or program change may look efficient on paper, but that does not mean it is right for every campus. These decisions need to be evaluated at the school community level, not just at the district spreadsheet level. I also want to reference the district's own North Star document, which talks about putting students first. That is a principle we all support, but now we need to see it in action. Putting students first means looking beyond numbers. It means considering educational quality, student experience, teacher capacity, family trust, and the unique needs of each school community. Finally, I want to speak to the inconsistent messaging families are receiving. We hear, we are not eliminating choice programs, but then we also hear everything is on the table. We hear, we need to make these layoffs all at once so we do not have to do this again.
Peace,
But
I'm
then
sorry to interrupt you, but you have reached the end of your 2-minute comment period, but you can
Thank you.
submit your full comments in writing to the board at public-comment@susd.net. President Lieberman, that was the last comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. We'll close unagendized comment. Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. I know that this is public comment, and so we cannot make any comments or respond, but I know I'm heard that Dr. Wright is planning to have a meeting with the families of Washington Open on Tuesday. And just based on hearing, there were 2 calls that came from, I believe it was teachers at New Valley, and I was going to ask if we could just have staff reach out to them and follow up on based on some of the comments that were made tonight, and just hear whatever it is that the concerns are, and just to follow up on. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move now to the consent calendar. On consent items, I have comment slips for I3, so I'm going to separate that out. And we will take I1 and I2.
Move to approve I1 and I2.
Second, Rotterman.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. I3, revised job description, educational audiologist. I have slips for that item. So I will call you up 3 at a time. I have Louise Cox, Jillian Jude, and Katie Peterson. Oh, I think Katie's online, so we'll take her at the end. Kristen Toole.
Good evening. Okay. My name is Heidi Knudsen, and I've been a teacher in the district for 22 years, working with deaf and hard of hearing students and their families. We first want to say thank you for putting the approval of a direct hire audiologist position on tonight's agenda. We fully agree with you. It is for everybody's benefit to directly hire an audiologist versus contracting out when possible. I do want to clearly clarify that even though that is the goal, it's not always possible. Finding a local, qualified, credentialed educational audiologist is extremely hard. And historically, when the position was posted, it went unfilled. This resulted in the district contracting with either the county or an outside agency. We would like the district to consider noting on the location that the position is hybrid. This way, the job has been successfully performed since its inception over 40 years ago. We have never had a fully on-site audiologist. Hybrid reflects the true nature of the role, as the majority of responsibilities are completed from doctors' offices. It involves communicating with outside providers, reviewing records, writing reports, ordering equipment, which is a huge one, attending meetings, educating parents and staff, and advocating for our students. For the last 5 years, we have contracted with Dr. Kristen Toole, and we can collectively say that it has been a seamless, amazing transaction. We are not aware the hybrid is against any policy. However, if it is required to be added to the job description, then we ask that you please consider. Posting the position as hybrid is not making one candidate more fit than the others. Rather, it is expanding our qualified candidate pool. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Louise Quach, and I am the mom of a 5-year-old boy named Maverick. He is in TK and in the deaf and hard hearing program at Heyman Elementary. Maverick spent 33 days in the NICU, and upon leaving, we discovered he had left ear hearing loss. With this news comes a wave of information, and we began to learn about the lifelong challenges that he will face. As a parent, you start to worry. You worry about his development, his speech. Will he fall behind? Can he keep up with other children? You learn that the early years are so crucial for a child to get the foundation and support that they need. It is the educators, the speech pathologists, the audiologists, everyone with these very specific credentials to help you navigate through unknown waters and ease the mind of a parent. Just last month, we learned that Maverick's hearing aid was not helping him. The audiologist at our medical facility recommended a new hearing device, and Maverick wore it to school. That same day, Dr. Toole, Heyman's school audiologist, called me and recommended another brand that would fit him properly. It was more compact. It can connect to the school's microphone so he can hear better. It was one that was made for pediatrics. I would have not known that information without her. He would not have had the best option available to him. I went to the app to make another appointment to ask for that better fit hearing aid, an appointment that was only available 2 months out. Dr. Toole reached out to the audiologist directly, and by the end of the week, Maverick was wearing the new device that was best fit for him. This is just one of the examples of the care that she provides. Her advocacy and expertise is immeasurable, and I hope you can see the value of her position. She stands up for these children every day, and we as a family and a community want to stand with her. Please consider your decisions to allow a direct hybrid position. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jillian George, and my daughter Ella is a student at Heyman Elementary. Ella has a permanent hearing loss and relies on specialized support from the deaf and hard of hearing team. The audiologist is an essential part of that team. For the past 4 years, our family has received hearing loss education, technology support, and care coordination from Dr. Toole, all services that are critical to Ella's success. Ella's teachers also adjust their instruction based on Dr. Toole's recommendation. I'm asking the district to please approve the audiology position and allow it to continue under the established hybrid model. We want to ensure there is no interruption in the services Ella needs and is entitled to through her IEP. Our students are able to thrive because of the consistent support they receive from their educational team. I hope the district will continue to prioritize these essential services so that students like Ella can continue to succeed. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kathy Brillante. I am just speaking with the group, so you can pull my slip too with them. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. My name is Kathy Brillante, and I have been a district SLP for 8 years supporting Heyman Elementary, the home of our regional deaf and hard of hearing program, a program I stand proud to serve year after year. Tonight, I want to speak in support of recruiting and maintaining strong educational audiology services in our district. Educational audiologists are critical partners to SLPs in ensuring our students have access to communication, language, and learning throughout the school day. In a program and a district as unique as ours, consistent foundational access is imperative to our deaf and hard of hearing students' success. Establishing and maintaining rapport with our little listeners, often newly aided or implanted students, is also a huge part of our job, and it's no different for the educational audiologist. Our students and their families are trusting quite literally thousands of dollars worth of equipment in the educational audiologist's hands. We repeatedly post for this role and often receive few or no applicants, which then puts the district in a position to rely on contracted services. We have to acknowledge the reality that this has historically been a difficult position to fill. We are fortunate to have had Dr. Toole contracted with us for the past 5 years. However, this comment is not about employee preference. It is about recruitment, retention, and maintaining specialized services in a field that is extremely difficult to staff. If a reasonable hybrid arrangement helps us successfully recruit and retain a qualified educational audiologist while continuing full student services, I do believe that is worth serious consideration. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Dr. Wright, board trustees, and admin. I appreciate the opportunity to meet all of you and speak tonight. My name is Dr. Kristen Toole, and I have served as the district's audiologist for the past 5 years through my contract with ProCare. I want to start by saying thank you. I am so grateful for my job. I am incredibly passionate about the services that I provide, and I'm really proud of all of the progress that our students have made with my support. I completely agree with the concerns raised by Dr. Fairchild at the April 9th meeting. To be clear, I have no desire to continue with ProCare therapy. That was the only option available to me when I applied back in 2020, and I've been stuck in this contracting loop. Over the past 5 years, the district has spent over $350,000 on my services, none of which have gone to me. It's not fair to the district, to the taxpayers, it's not stable for the students, and frankly, it's not fair to me. I've been so loyal with no job security, no benefits, no retirement savings. For everybody's sake, this can't continue. That being said, I understand the recruitment difficulties that Kathy has faced, and I understand why contracting has been used. The position has been posted as is several times without a qualified applicant applying. The solution is standing in front of you. I'm begging to stay. I'm highly qualified. I'm familiar with our students, with our program, and I have a clear vision for our future. The nature of the position is hybrid. My services are consultative, not direct. I address in-person needs, but I complete the majority of my work from my office. Requiring me to do the same exact job from an office on campus is unnecessary and impractical given the distance that I drive. We're simply asking you to acknowledge the nature of the position, that it is hybrid, and add that to the job description that is about to go before you. There's no rule, regulation, law preventing you from doing that. If it's a bargaining issue, please create an MOU. We're just asking you to take action, stop wasting unnecessary funds, provide our students with a stable audiologist, and ensure that they don't have a lapse in services. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Item I3 is
I think there might be Zoom.
is there a Zoom? Oh, okay. Mr. Rico.
Our first commenter on Zoom is Katie Peterson. Good evening, board. It's me again, Katie Peterson. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a school psychologist at Heyman. I work in the auditory oral deaf and hard of hearing program. This time I'm speaking in support of the educational audiologist position being posted as a hybrid position. As a reminder, y'all have been paying Dr. Toole through ProCare contract, as she just stated, spending extra money you don't have to spend. Posting the position as hybrid would ensure that the district not only saves money, but maintains our fantastic working relationship and access to this incredible educational audiologist. In her work, Dr. Toole not only maintains support of access to devices for our students, but has developed strong working relationships with medical audiologists at the hospitals around the area for our families access, including Stanford, PAMF, Kaiser, and more. This strong communication has supported our students in accessing their education. My biggest fear is this: we will lose access to Dr. Toole. We will not get a qualified candidate that will be able to fill Dr. Toole's shoes if the position remains in person only. We will have to go back to contracting in order to serve the legally mandated services. We will get someone else who will have to work the job in a hybrid manner anyway, because that's how it's always been when you contract for this position. So we will be back to square one, but it won't be with Dr. Toole. And that's my biggest fear, because she is an incredible educational audiologist that goes above and beyond to support our students. I don't know if you know this, but she supports the DHH team in facilitating parent training. She facilitates panels with DHH alumni to support student growth in our schools. She does so much to support our team, and I just feel like it would be a major disservice to our students, and it would really be an insult to not consider the position to be hybrid. Thank you so much. Comment. Our next commenter is Nick Andino.
Hello, I'm Nick Andino. I teach extensive support needs at Heyman Elementary, and I've had the chance to work with Dr. Toole, and I just want to share that I'm in full support of the position being hybrid. And that's all.
Thank you for your comment. That was our last comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Is there any board comment on this item? Trustee Fairchild.
My question is regarding okay, maybe it's not a question. Our job, yes, it is. Our job descriptions negotiated items, or how is the job description? Because I don't even know if this is something that the board can even give a direction on. So that's my first question.
Yeah, there is a component where we do negotiate certain elements of the job description with the unions. In fact, this one we sat down and added some of the elements. But I think the biggest concern we have is that none of our job descriptions have a hybrid option. And if that was the case, if we were to post a position, we have to go by the standard that we have and give everyone an opportunity to apply. I don't recall the last time that we posted that position here in our district, maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And we would have to have a fair process, fly the position, see what candidates apply. And if there are no candidates, then we go into the next steps and consider other options like a hybrid option. But I wouldn't open that door of having a hybrid option in one job descriptions, because then we're going to have the same request for other positions in the future of other roles where someone could actually work from home. And so it's just something to consider, right? If we allow one position, then we have to consider other ones as well.
So help me understand. So what you're saying is approve the job description, post a job description, you get applicants, maybe you only get one applicant.
Mhm.
And then if that one applicant can only do the job hybrid, then you address that situation.
We can consider that, yes. In the future, we would have to look into those possibilities. And also, it may be not an entire full-time position, it may be a part-time. So, yeah, my suggestion is approve it as is. We will post, see who the applicants are, and then go from there.
Okay, one of the things, one of the benefits of being from a family as large as mine, I posted about this. I have about 60 or more nephews and nieces, great nephews and nieces. My mom saw the original Cheaper by the Dozen in 1950. Okay. I have great nephews that have hearing loss. And when you're related to that many people, you experience a lot of you just have a different, greater pool of people to experience life with. And so I've experienced a lot of different disabilities firsthand with people I love. And one of these great nephews have hearing loss, and having with my niece who lives in California, talking with her about some of those struggles, especially as she's dealt with hearing aids and having to travel to UCLA and here and there and getting all those adjustments that these parents have talked about. It's quite a process. And so I was empathizing and relating to some of the stories that I was hearing today about what they were saying. And so I'm kind of torn. I hear what you're saying about we do not want to open this can of worms, sorry guys, where everything we put hybrid on. I hear that. I also know we need to make sure that we have an audiologist for these students. And so we need to make, I see what you're saying. We need to let the process take its course. I imagine it will be like what Ms. Alanis said happened before, as we will fly the position and watch and then go from there.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, I believe Trustee Fairchild got the question answered, but I want to be sure I understand it. So I do think I understand your concern about putting hybrid into the job description. So the question I have is, if it is not there and you get two applicants, one that has to work hybrid and one that doesn't, but you find that the one that has to work hybrid is far superior with the one you would want to hire, are you precluded then from hiring them? So we have the flexibility. If we don't have it in the job description, it's not going to determine whether we hire somebody on a hybrid basis or non-hybrid basis. We're going to pick the best candidate for that and bring them in and work out the rest of the details. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so I do think that, this is a really important position. I do also see that the significant part of it, it would be best if somebody was physically present, but she does do that. So anyway, I just want to be sure that we're not closing the door, and it doesn't sound like we are. So thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, my question was, I had to go back through and read the job description. I didn't see anywhere in the job description that it specified must be in person. So, and if it does, then please tell me where. I read through it again quickly to try to look for just that. I didn't see it there where it specifies where the person has to be. So I would agree with trustees who have said, I would prefer to leave it out, because while we may have someone excellent who I hope will apply and will be the candidate and may need to have some kind of hybrid work schedule, this is a job description that will hopefully, last a long time. And so I don't want to put in things in here that are for one person specifically. I even think there might be legal issues around creating because we've seen that before, creating a job description to target it for a person specifically. So I would prefer to leave out any reference to location. And then, as you have said, we post the job, we see who applies, the top candidate we work with to get the work schedule, location, whatever that we need for that role. But leave anything about location out of the job description.
Trustee Canova?
My thoughts are, clearly we have someone who's doing an excellent job, obviously. And it seems that we're hung up on the whole hybrid thing. I disagree that hybrid is less than. For some things, hybrid is perfectly fine and sometimes exceptional. And I think in this case, it's obviously, it's being well done. So what I would like to see, I don't think there's an urgency to do this tonight. I would like to see a little more effort be put into exploring, not creating something specifically for one person, but coming up with some kind of language that all the interested parties are happy with that allows exceptions for hybrid roles. Because we're, as a district, we just have gone through this right sizing experience. We're looking to the future and struggling with how can we be efficient going into the future. And there's going to be roles that could be hybrid and could be high quality and provide efficiency. And so I'm not trying to tailor something to one person. I'm trying to suggest that maybe we should take time to get creative, come up with some language that would allow exceptions for hybrid roles. And that would apply here, but it would also apply in other circumstances in the future. I don't think there's an urgency to do this tonight, is there?
There's no specification.
So let me be clear then. So this individual can be a candidate and could be hired and continue to be hybrid.
Yes, technically if she applies. And, but we have to see, the thing is that we have to be fair with all applicants, right? In having a public meeting for a specific person, it makes it now a little difficult to go through a hiring process, right? Because if somebody else applies, doesn't get the job, they may say, well, you were basically directed to hire this person, and it's like in this.
I'm not
meeting,
directing you to hire anybody. I don't think anyone here is doing that. But I want to make sure that I clearly understand that this individual could apply.
Yes, as it
And could
stands.
compete.
Yes.
And could get the position in that competition. It could happen. And they could do it in a hybrid manner.
Yes, I mean,
That's what I'm understanding.
it could happen, yes.
It could happen. Okay. It doesn't sound like a very strong statement. It could happen.
I don't think he can.
I think that's the role of HR, is to be very circumspect in a public meeting about,
I'm not talking about something for a specific individual, the concept of the hybrid.
which is why he cannot tell you.
Yeah. That's fine. But I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So
Can I make a motion to approve?
Yeah, in just a second. I have people in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dr. Gonzalez, can I ask a clarifying question? If we were to have a job description that was we put in hybrid, and this isn't a negotiation question, but is that considered a change in work? And that would make it a negotiated item?
Yes, we would have to negotiate that, yes.
Okay, so, so in this case, hypothetically, if the best applicant was a hybrid applicant, in order to hire that person, even though the job description does not specifically prohibit it, would that require us to negotiate that hire with the applicable association, since it would be a change in work condition?
Yes, so after this, depending on your decision, I have to bring this to the table with our partner.
Okay, so, but we can approve this position tonight as is, and then cross the bridge when we get to it in terms of if the person that is ultimately hired requires a hybrid.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. And thank you for the presentation and for the comments. I thought I heard somebody say that the position was put out there to be applied for and nobody applied, if I heard correctly. So it sounds like there has been, that nobody has applied, and it sounds like Dr. Toole may, if she applies, and she's been in the position for 5 years, and the comments that have been made of her, are very positive. I would hope that in that case, that she would apply, and then just based on the job description and, the possibility of opening it up to being a hybrid position, that she would be the candidate, that would be selected, since she's already been doing the job for 5 years and we do need somebody. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Trustee Muirhead?
So I had a clarifying question, Dr. Gonzalez. So if the best person wanted to be hybrid and you'd have to negotiate that, then since we're in the middle of negotiating a big contract, would we have to wait until that contract is done, or you could do an MOU or something in the meantime would it be only for the next year, or
It's separate. That would be a separate item.
completely separate from the contract?
Yes.
Okay. And would it only be good for 1 year, or can you specify how long?
Negotiating in public.
I'm just trying to understand.
We're negotiating.
I'm trying to understand the process. I'm not trying to negotiate.
the process in any job description is if there's changes to working conditions, is that we meet and work out a solution to that.
Okay, that's fine. We can leave it.
Mr. Shield?
So,
I was trying to figure out how to say this, and I'll just go ahead and say it. My department is the one who handles all payroll within one of the things that happens is payroll processing within underneath business services. There are a number of legal issues that I have questions about in regards to payroll and other associated issues that could arise in regards to a hybrid work environment that I do not know the answers to. I'd rather not get into all those today. But I do think that there are some of those things that in there that I think are going to need further exploration before we ever consider this. We have not, to the best of my knowledge, ever had a hybrid employee that gets treated differently as an employee than it does for when you have a contractor. And so there are a number of things in there that if we go down this road, that are a number of things that I think that we need to fully understand the potential legalities of before we go down that road.
Okay, so it sounds like this is not as simple as just changing the job description.
From my lens, there's the HR lens.
Right.
And then there's
the
another
legal
lens.
component.
And in the legal component of some of the things that I currently have questions about, I don't know what the answers of those are and what potential implementation questions that I don't know the answers to.
Okay, so it sounds like the board needs to just decide if we're approving this job description as it is presented to us tonight and wait and let the process play out and have staff address any issues that arise at that point. And then when we have someone to hire, they can bring that back to us and we can ask all of these logistical questions. I think we're getting too far ahead of ourselves here.
Motion to approve. Rotterman.
Okay, I have a motion and a second from, motion from trustee Rotterman and a second from trustee Ryan. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. Okay, back to consent, item J1 through J23.
approve.
Second, Watanabe.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Action item L1, resolution 2633 for Lincoln's birthday observance waiver for the 26-27 school year.
Second, Ryan.
All in favor, please say aye.
Is
Aye.
it a resolution? Do we?
Oh, yeah, we gotta do, sorry. Okay, trustee Canova, trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item M1, resolution 2636, change order number 1 to the contract with Satellite Painting Incorporated for increment 2, the Briarwood Elementary School Modernization Project.
Motion to approve. Rotterman.
Trustee Canova, trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. I gotta get my thing to read for item N1, consideration of the reinstatement of expelled suspended enforcement, student number 032725A.1. Do I have a motion to accept the consideration of the reinstatement of expelled student 032725A.1 with a suspended enforcement?
Moved.
Second, Rotterman.
Okay. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes by a vote of 7-0. Okay. O1, new job description, speech language pathologist. I have slips for public comment. Do we have any board members that have questions or comments on this item before I go to public comment? Okay. Amanda Almeida and Lisa Kellerman. Oh, it was a discussion item. I wasn't sure if we were doing the presentation.
No, we're just here for questions.
It has to come back. Okay.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. We are writing to you as two speech-language pathologists at Santa Clara Unified. We would like to start by thanking all parties involved for ensuring that appropriate funds were approved to continue allowing us to have speech-language pathology assistants, SLPAs, throughout the remainder of this school year. Your ongoing dedication to ensuring that every student in our district is adequately served is deeply recognized and appreciated. We also appreciate your thoughtful consideration of the proposed SLPA job description. We are here tonight to urge you to approve the position when it is time. We spoke at length during the last meeting about the essential role of SLPAs and don't wish to spend too much time repeating those details tonight. However, as a vital reminder, SLPAs are highly trained professionals who hold state certifications obtained after rigorous academic schooling and supervised clinical fieldwork. They are a specialized workforce ready to meet the unique needs of our students. It is no secret that the landscape of special education has changed. Our caseloads are larger, the administrative requirements are more taxing, and our students present with increasingly significant communication needs. While our passion to serve has not changed, the environment in which we work has. We are advocating for the continued integration of SLPAs because they are the key to a sustainable service delivery model. With SLPA support, our licensed SLPs can dedicate their specialized expertise to complex cases requiring advanced clinical judgment, conduct the comprehensive multidimensional assessments required by law, and provide more robust, consistent support to families and staff. This partnership allows us to provide services that are not only legally mandated, but also fulfill our ethical obligations to provide high-quality, meaningful intervention. Every student in this district deserves to have a clinician who has the mental bandwidth to focus on their progress.
Looking at our current staffing, we are at a crossroads. With upcoming resignations and retirements, SLP FTE will decrease by at least one full-time SLP. And that assumes every single position is filled in a market where demand often exceeds supply. In my 10 years in this district, we have never had a year in which we didn't see at least one SLP out for multiple months at a time. In the past, we have had to scramble to cover cases and assessments, often at the detriment of our own mental health and, more importantly, student success. Hiring SLPAs is a necessary acknowledgement of the clinical reality of working in a large and diverse district. It allows for a guaranteed service model, ensuring that students' minutes are protected even when unplanned circumstances or leaves occur. The proposed hiring of SLPAs secures regular support for our SLPs. By approving this, the board would be bringing speech therapy services more in line with the model of consistent support already successfully utilized by similar service providers in our district. Our students deserve the same level of consistent intervention to ensure their success. This is not a request for extra help or a luxury. It is a request for the minimum support required to address the widening gap between our legal mandates and our current staffing capacity. It is a proactive move for our budget, to retain our dedicated staff, and most importantly, a promise kept to our students. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to excellence in Santa Clara Unified.
Thank you. Trustee Fairchild?
Thanks. I just had a few questions regarding the job description. One of the things that we have talked about in the past with regards to job descriptions is that we approve them and then magically we have a lot of them, the position appear. Now, in the presentation that was attached, we kind of had a loose, we didn't have a ratio for the number of SLPAs. We just said one per school, which isn't really a ratio because schools have very different enrollments, they have very different makeups. And so we talked about actually defining that ratio. And so I would like to see it defined in writing somewhere, as so that we just don't magically increase the number, and that if we do increase the number or decide that we do need more of a position, that it needs to come back to the board to increase, and that it's somewhere in a contract so that it just isn't added upon. Oh, you're taking notes. Okay. And the other thing, we had talked also about the range. And I went back to the job description and it said TBD on the job description that was attached to the agenda. And so has the range, the salary range been determined?
Yes, we, and that was negotiated with union. And let me tell you the actual range we have.
Are there any other trustee questions on this item? Oh, trustee Muirhead?
Range 23.
Okay, so, and then Mr. Shield didn't have time, but he was gonna, get us the actual then cost for at the next meeting. And so at the next meeting, we'll have the cost and then actually how we'll figure out the appropriate staffing so that we know, what the staffing ratio will be so that it's appropriate every year. Thank you.
Trustee Muirhead?
I just wanted to confirm which union is this a member of? Is it classified or credentialed?
With CSEA.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, I completely agree with trustee Fairchild about the ratio, but to me, it's a different issue than the job description because that will change with needs and time in particular schools. So maybe bring that back as a separate item or bring them together, but the job description itself, I don't think should have anything about, well,
Wouldn't be in the job description.
okay, that's the piece I was trying to just make sure of. But I do think we should tie down what that actually is because we do need to know what type of financial commitment we're making. And obviously maybe a little report saying, yeah, we know that this is efficacious and the right ratio or the right level of support. Thank you.
Trustee Fairchild?
I believe the number that they're estimating now is about 6.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. We'll move on now to O2, the new job description for the network engineer. Any board questions on this one? Okay, we'll see that back again. All right, we're gonna skip Q1 and adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Ryan.
Second, Fairchild.
All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? Okay, we are adjourned at 11:33. Thank you.
But it's not 1 o'clock.